Okay, so we're going to get this started here for our Path of Ascension humility guides. So let's go ahead and get loaded in here. Real quick AFK. Okay, let's get this done real quickly and then we can go over to our Ascension there. Skip that. Okay, let's keep leveling up these two so they can catch up. Claire, Anemia. Okay. Here, John. Why don't you bring me your phone real quick? Any phone works as long as I can see the quality of the stream. Kyle, don't cuss. Sexy, and I know it. Okay, let's go ahead and zone in here. Okay. Not much changed here. It looks like it's going to be smooth. Fire there looks to be running pretty smooth. There should be about a 10-second delay here. It doesn't look bad at all. Okay, so it's not like a timer ends it. It's like an enrage. What is this? Okay, so it's an enrage. It's about 2,600. And it's about 1,500 health. So you lose about 2,500 health. I just want to see this real quick. About 700 is the upper peak there. Okay. So it about doubles your damage. But that's not what we're going to do. Okay, quality looks good, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Thank you so much for once again joining me today on the final tier of Path of Ascension, the Humiliation Trials. We will be starting the day off with Calistine, but before we get into that, I do want to thank everyone for the support, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube. We have grown a good amount since I started making these videos, so I greatly appreciate everyone with the follows, the subscribes, the comments, the likes, you name it. Thank you so much for all the love. But for this, we will be doing several achievements here as we go through this. So we're going to do today is we'll be doing the Disciple of Humility, Master of the Path, and it's how you wear it. So, and I do all my guides live, so if you're watching, do bear with me as I do. I will go through the description of every boss fight before I do this, so that way I can use those guides for YouTube. So thank you so much for joining me today for Calistine on the Path of Ascension, Humiliation. Today we will be doing, right now we'll be doing Pelagos. We'll be doing Master the Path for all 10 fights, so that requires us to do it without any charms or active braziers. I've turned both of them, or braziers, I've turned both of them off, you can see here. So for Calistine, you would come over here to your soul mirror. You would click Calistine, you come over to Humility, you choose. So we're set on Humility, so what this does is, of course, it once again buffs her health and damage. And it also adds a timer. At the end of that timer, she will become enraged and do a lot of damage. So we're going to want to make sure to down her in this time. We've come over here and we've already chosen Pelagos. And then for this, since it is Calistine, you want to go with the Herald's Footpads. So for this fight, Calistine has several abilities. The first one is Tethering Spear. She will throw a spear at your location, notated by a green, I apologize, not a green, a gray swirl under your feet. You'll want to move out of that to make sure it doesn't hit you, and once that Tethering Spear hits, it will do a chain to you, which will slowly drag you back into the swirl. If you go into it, it of course will do damage. The second ability that she'll do during that phase is she also does a leap to your location, notated by a blue swirl under your feet. You just have to move out of it. And her third ability is Ascended Barrage. She will raise up into the air, and she will do AoE areas that are pretty big. I'd probably say about a circle like this. You just move out of it. And then during the chains, normally by the time she gets to that, she will hit you with a third chain. That's normally the best time to use your equipment and break the chains. So that way, because if she gets to 3, it will freeze you in place. If it's just 1, it slows you down. 2, it slows you down even greater. 3 completely brings you to halt. Doesn't matter where they are. Generally, I like try to get the first one, like let's say here, the second one over here, so that way it evens it out and it's not constantly dragging me. So for the fight, we of course will be hitting her with Test of Faith, be keeping her away with us with Aspirin's Binding. For our Confront Memories, we will take the shield, which is the one up here to the right when it spawns. And then whenever we can, we'll be using Unleash Faith to do the maximum amount of damage we can. And once again, we are doing the achievement Master the Path, so we cannot use any charms, and we cannot use the braziers. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to ring the bell, and just like me, do the same if you're watching on YouTube. Ring the bell, leave a like, subscribe, and make sure to also follow me on Twitch at _Dab86. So we're going to see how that timer is here, and if it starts at the beginning of the fight, and if it's notated anywhere. Okay, so you got 2.5 minutes to kill her, and it's right there, so it does not start until the fight starts. Go ahead and do a full. She's doing her leap right off the bat. There's the first tethering spear. We're going to freeze her in place. Let's go ahead and hit her with that first one. Here comes the second tethering spear, which is not ideal. Uh-oh. I'm going to go ahead and break it. I didn't want to have to do it that soon, but... Ah, crap. We didn't get the shield. That's okay. Is it going to grab the shield? Why is it not grabbing the shield? I'm not too sure why it didn't grab the shield there. This might be it for us. Oh my god. Stuck on the lip. She just did her leap. I'm going to hit her with that. I'm going to kite her a little bit here so we can re-get our shield. Let's go ahead and hit her. Got 50 seconds. This is actually not easy. I have to do this without charms. She got a lot of health. We might actually have to come back to this. Stuck. Eight seconds. So she should be enraging here in a second. We'll get to see what that's like. So she is actively enraged now, and she's fast. Oof. That was... I gotta figure out how I can pump out more damage on that. That was really ugly. Yeah, that is a kind of a short timer. Honestly, might have to DPS her while... Trying to think what we can do there. I might honestly have to take the haste more often than the shield to pump out more damage. But I mean, it doesn't change the setup. So I believe it is this one's the haste one. And that's not too bad. So and then just keeping her more peeled. So that way we can just spam the crap out of her. Because I mean, that right there is going to allow me to maximize my... So I could probably honestly open up with the... For Craven, I mean, it depends. If you're doing the achievements, it's probably a little bit on the rougher side. I would probably just focus on downing him until you get familiar with it. For me, it never procced my shield when Craven was doing his abilities. So I was able to only have to worry about his abilities as far as him actually meleeing me and just keeping him away at that point. If you use your shield, and then, I mean, worst case scenario, you can always take the Vial of Lich Frost to also help keep him away from you as well. to minimize the amount of movement he does. But I haven't done it since then. I've heard it's patched. I've heard it's not patched. It's hard to say. So let's go ahead and give this another try here. So 2 minutes 30 seconds. We had her at what, like 50%? So we're probably going to honestly open up with taking... Okay, so a little bit of a change to the strategy here. We've got the 2.5 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to be taking the haste as often as we can as well. So it's going to be back and forth between the shield. If I can peel her, it will probably be the haste, which is the one in the middle. So down the middle. So when we open up here, I will be pinning her in place, quickly casting the spell, and then of course getting as much haste as I can to maximize my damage output on her. So let's go ahead and try this again here. So get the haste. She started with her leap again. Keep spamming it, keep spamming it. Take the damage here. Honestly, though, she's not doing a lot of damage, so let's try to maximize while we can. We're going to take the shield. Yes, I'm aware you're stuck in place. Why is it not picking up when it does that? Grab the freaking shield. I think it's while I've got the thing because I'm not technically on the ground is the problem here. This might hurt. I don't know why it's not picking the shield. That was better, though. I mean, we still had, what, about 1:35 left? Okay. So we need to be careful when we break that not to use our shield. That's probably a good time to also use the haste thing as well when she goes up in the air to kind of predict that. Well, with Mechanicos, man, that's going to be an ugly, ugly fight. I need to move. stuck on the lip. And that no longer stops it. And that's 26. Yellow.
So how many scoops do I put?
Four. 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 Yes. Ooh, this is rough. I gotta make room in my bags. That's gonna suck. Wish there was a mailbox for this crap. So we got to 25%. So I mean that's really pushing it. There's no way to improve my damage anymore. I can't use charms or the braziers. Let's see. Mailbox. I guess I could have also sent the leather. Okay, so gent. Let's try this again. Let's give this another try. I'm wondering if I should wait until after she leaps to do the thing. Okay, they're both still off. Okay, so we're gonna. I'm actually surprised that gave me a thing right off the bat. Let's wait for it, wait for it. Why isn't she leaping? Ah, crap. Kyle, don't talk like that. I can't move. I can't, and I'm not gonna be able to. Alright, at least I got the shield. that badly. She didn't do her leap, probably because I didn't stun her right off the bat. You guys' language. Did it again. It's close. We're getting better. If I would have gotten that stupid freaking buff, like the Herald's foot pads, like, and there's no way to like disengage it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and redo the verbiage here. So once again, thank you so much for joining me for the Path of Ascension Humility Guide for Calistine. So we will be doing this on Calistine. You come over here, you choose Calistine, go to here, click Humility. I'm also doing the achievement right now, Master of the Path. So we have to turn off the braziers, which I've done, and we cannot use any charms. We'll be doing this with Pelagos. So you come to Pelagos. We will be taking the Herald's foot pads because that will break her chains. So For this, of course, she has her tethering spear. So she will throw a spear to your location indicated by a gray swirl, move out of that, and it will chain you, which will drag you back to it. I like to put one here and then another one here as an example, so that way it pulls me to the center, stagnating me, so that way I'm not getting pulled all over the place. On the third spear, it will freeze you in place. That is when you want to do your equipment to break it. The other ability is, of course, Ascended Barrage. She will raise up in the air, and she does AoE swirls that are pretty big, about the size of this circle that you want to get out of. They do hurt if they hit you. The final ability is she does a leap that is indicated by a blue swirl under your feet. You want to, of course, make sure you move out of that so it does not hit you. For this, we will be using Test of Faith, of course, to damage her. Aspirin's Binding to hold her in place. For the Confront Memories, because on this difficulty there is a timer, you're going to have to use the haste buff and the shield buff. So you're going to have to trade off when you're going to be taking damage and when you're going to be able to do the haste on her. From what's been working so far for that I've been testing is opening up with the haste one right off the bat, so you can spam as much damage as possible on her as quickly as possible. And then also when she does Ascended Barrage, because your cast is faster, so that way you can do damage while she's up there. And then when she's down, opening up with a shield to kind of mitigate the damage. And then, of course, whenever you can, Unleash to do damage to her. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell. And just like you, leave a like, subscribe, follow me on Twitch at _Dab86. Let's go ahead and get this started here. And like I said, there is a timer of 2 minutes, 30 seconds. It's a very tight timer, I'm not going to lie. And then what it does is you don't die once she hits 2:30, but your Aspirin's Binding will no longer hold her in place. She moves a lot quicker, and she does a lot more damage. Your shield will mitigate that still, but once your shield breaks, she's going to tear through you very quickly. Let's go ahead and take the haste. She's going to do a leap here in a second. I'm going to move away from her. She's doing the first one there. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead. We're going to take another haste. There's a tethering spear. We're going to hold her in place to keep maximizing our damage on her. I'm going to take that. Wait for the tethering spear. Break it. Maximize our damage while she's up. I'm going to go ahead and take a Confront Memories. And then once she's down, go ahead and that. Range her a little bit here. Continue doing damage. We got about a minute left. Go ahead and take the shield here. Since we've taken a lot of damage, she's going to hit me with the tethering spear, which is okay. I'll hold you in place here for just a second. I'm going to take some damage here. Missed. Actually, we didn't, but she's doing her Ascended Barrage, so we're going to let that one hit us. Ooh, she enraged right there, and I was not prepared. Dang it. What's up, Yum? Like, whew. I accidentally took an extra thing there. Start moving and she'll do her leap. I want that. Oh my god. What is going on? Let me pick up the buff. I hate you, Harold's foot pads. Okay, so a good note is Harold's foot pads do not let you pick up your confront memories. I should not be taking this many attempts. It can't be interrupted. Oh, shit. Should be leaping here in a second. Shouldn't leap. That's gonna hurt. Actually, the leap doesn't do all that much damage. Am I missing something here? Let me give it a little bit of gap here. That's going to kill me. She does the spears a lot more often. Might honestly have to abandon doing this. Let's try it with. We'll knock out the 10 fights with Pelagos first. So thank you so much again for joining me today on the Path of Ascension for humility. We will be doing Calistine here first. So you come over here to Calistine, choose humility. I've already chosen Pelagos and I've already chosen the Herald's foot pads. Now, for this, she of course has increased damage and HP. There is a timer. It is 2 minutes 30 seconds. I did attempt the Master of the Path, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this with the Braziers lit. I'm not using any charms. So for this, she does her tethering spear, which will be a gray swirl underneath you. You want to move out of that. It will chain to you and pull you into it. I like to normally leave one about here and then another one somewhere away from it, so that way I have a leveled off zone here for it to balance me out so I'm not getting pulled left or right into it. And then she, of course, has Ascended Barrage. She will raise up in the air, and she does Area of Effect about this size, and she'll spam them out so you can kind of move around, avoid them. If they hit you, they do a lot of damage. You can also absorb it with your shield. The third ability is she'll do a blue swirl underneath you. She flies up a little bit, and she will leap to you. And it doesn't do much damage, but it's best to avoid it whenever possible. So for this, so for the timer, at 2 minutes 30 seconds, she does not die, but you no longer be able to bind her with Aspirin's binding. She has increased movement speed and damage, so she'll tear through you very quickly without your confront memories. I strongly recommend keeping that up, but at the same time, I'd also recommend taking the haste when you can to dish out more damage to her. Do be careful when using the Herald's foot pads. I've been having issues where it's not letting me pick up my confront memories when I use it, and you have to wait till it drops, and it can be a huge burden. We'll, of course, be using Test of Faith to damage her, Aspirin's Binding to keep her away from me. Whenever I can, Confront Memories Haste, or Confront Memories with the shield. Haste is the one up the middle, and then the shield is the one here to the right. And of course, whenever we can, we will unleash. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, do the same. So that way you can receive notifications, leave a like, subscribe, and follow me on Twitch at _Dab86. I always appreciate everything and anything. But let's go ahead and get this started. And then you will get a timer right here at the top. You'll see it here once I spawn in here. It'll be 2 minutes 30 seconds. She should leap. We're just going to take this time to chew her up. Take whatever damage we can. Go ahead and do that. I'm going to take the shield. She should be doing her next tether here. There it is. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do that to keep her away from me. Should be another tether. There it is. There's the shield. During this phase, if you can, I'd recommend the haste rather than the shield. Now will you take advantage of the haste here. need to move. It's coming. Oh, I messed up. Even with the braziers, dude. This is rough. I honestly might have to take the charms. What? That's green. That's better. Oh, congratulations with doing it on the Curse of Thirst. His fight with Craven, like you wouldn't think like his melee damage is really bad, but he will tear you apart with melee. Like in all honesty, out of all of his stuff, because like Fan of Desolation you can avoid, but his melee is very nasty. Let's try that again. He has a very nasty actual melee damage. Oop, it helps if I actually choose somebody. Let's try this again here. God, this sucks. I've never lost to Calistine before. I wonder if, for this achievement, Master of the Path, if it's set so that way you're forced to use a certain, like, combatant. Let's do this. So that way it forces her to actually have to come further away. Just keep casting, just keep casting. She should be going up in the air, so. Go ahead and do this. Overconfidence, man. She's about to just decimate me. Why is it not casting any abilities? That probably would have won it too. See, that was. God, I feel like this glitched. Like I had that, but it wasn't casting my number one. Now we gotta exit and empty my inventory again. I had that up until like not being able to cast my number one. I'm trying to think about what because with the path, I mean, Clea. I mean, Clea might actually be the better choice for that because the way she works. Sell. I really don't want to use a charm if I don't have to. This is really rough. I've never lost a Calisthene before. I just don't like how the Herald's footpad makes it so that way you can't pick up your buffs when you need to. This just seems like a really glitched fight now. But I'd almost say like opening up with as much damage as you can at the beginning of the fight, start just eating it. Yeah, I don't even want to imagine Ecthra hated that fight on Wisdom. But we'll probably honestly use the cheese strategy. Okay, let's try this again for the umph time. Just chew her up. I think she's about to go up and do her thing. Jesus! I needed a shield there at the end. I really might have to just use charms to beat this. So we'll probably end up using those three. Because I don't think we'll need the health. And Charm of Quickness, there's nothing really to kite here. Hello there, Edgar. Thank you for joining us today. We are trying to do Calistine on humiliation. This is not going well. So what we're going to do is we're going to... I'm almost half tempted just to try it with Clea, just to see. Key bindings. Just to try it with Clea, because of her abilities. Okay. So before we get this started, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to use the Charm of Discord. So that way I have a chance to inflict Discord, which is a dot. I'm also going to use the Charm of Persistence, which will allow me to regenerate health, and the Charm of Focus, which will give me resource generation better than I have. So we're going to go ahead and pin these on. I've tried it without, but at this point I want to win. So we are going to use this because we do have a timer of 2 minutes 30 seconds. I came close to doing it without charms, but this fight seems very glitched with the Herald's foot pads and picking up abilities from the Confront memories. So let's give this another try here. Take the haste. Just do as much damage as we can. That's going to hit me. Now I'm stuck in it. This is bad. That's what I get for getting cocky. Let's take the shield because we're going to have to. Uh-oh. We're going to end up with... That's not good. God, I freaking pick up the damn shield. This is really gonna suck now. Oh my god. And I'm stuck in the flying form. Freaking A. That's gonna hit me too. 2 times I allowed myself to get hit. God almighty. I just don't know what it is with like the Herald's foot pads. Just like if anything, I mean, it helps with the chains. I mean, you got to have it for the chains, but like it not allowing you to pick up the confront memories. I've never run into that before. We're gonna have to go make new charms. I might just use all 5 charms for every freaking fight. Screw it. I don't want to. But this is frustrating with between. Well, that I played. That one was sloppy. That one was on me. But this is just frustrating between not being able to pick up my abilities and stuff like that. That's what we're gonna have to do. I really. go ahead. We're gonna buy 3 of them. Okay. Let's go ahead. We're gonna make. I guess I didn't have to make 5 of that. Open this window here. Make 4. Well, might as well make 6. So let's make 5. Now this is just really, really difficult. And this is what, and I would consider this one of the easier fights. That's the crazy thing here, is I would consider Calistine to be one of the easier fights. I mean, if they were to add like 30 seconds to it, I think that would be helpful. This is just really rough. Okay, yet another change of plans. We're just going to go ahead and we're going to use all 5 of them. So we're going to be using the Charm of Discord for the dot, the Charm of Fortitude for the 10% increased health, Charm of Persistence for regeneration, Charm of Focus for more regeneration of resources, and the Charm of Quickness so we can move around faster. It doesn't look too much faster, but I guess it is. So let's go ahead and close that. I'm going to go ahead and ring the bell. And then just like you, if you haven't already, make sure to leave a like, notifications, subscribe, or follow, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. For Twitch, it is the_Dab86. Hopefully this, for the 16th time, will finally be the one. One of the things to keep in mind in this is it does seem to be glitched if you use your Herald's Foot Pads. You can't seem to pick up any of your Confront memories, so do be careful on that. That has been one of the biggest frustrations that I've had so far attempting this fight. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Not get hit here. We're just going to keep DPSing, keep DPSing. We're going to do that. Used my thing too soon. That might be bad. This could be bad. Oh, thank God. Got a minute left. Let's keep DPSing her. Let's get some spread here on this, so that way. Did I really just mess that up by... I thought I was just outside of that. Oh my god. Mess ups. Every time I screw up. Okay. How many more do I have? I still got 112. I mean, that's not too bad, but we should have had that one that time. I got cocky there. I took a huge hit. So let's go ahead. Nope. I took the wrong thing there. Took the shield by accident. Even with all my charms. Holy Jesus. I still didn't even do it within the time frame. That is an exceptionally freaking hard fight. I will not lie to anybody. I'm not even sure how you'd be able to maximize your damage any better than that. Using the haste buff whenever I could and just eating a whole bunch of damage. I mean, unless you want to take it like all the time and just completely forget about the shield. I mean, it didn't seem like I took all too much damage. I mean, I'm at what, 93? But then again, I mean, I took the shield a few times. So overall, I mean, I had to use all 5 charms. I've come close on doing it without charms and the braziers, but that is just a really, really rough fight. Thank you so much for joining me today for the Path of Ascension. We will be doing our second fight. This is, of course, against Ecthra. You come over here to your Soul Mirror, you come down to Ecthra, and then, of course, you come over here to Humility. We will be doing this with Pelagos because I'm not going to lie, because these fights are pretty nasty, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the cheese method. So I'm going to take the Phial of Serenity here. And then the way she works is Ecthra has 3 abilities. One is Summon Crawlers, so she shoots out about 3 to 4 spiderlings out in front of her, and normally in a cone at different ranges. If those spiderlings get to you, they put a poison debuff on you that will quickly eat through your health. The second thing she does is she will constantly be casting foul waste throughout the stage at certain intervals, and which will quickly cover the stage in green puddles. Stepping in that slows you down and does damage, which allows the spiders to catch up to you much quicker. The final ability that she gained in Wisdom is Befuddled Fumes, which is a frontal cone that will cause you to lose effect of your character, lose control. And of course, that once again allows the spiderlings to get to you. I will be using the cheese method. Normally, you'd have to move her all over the stage. But what we're going to do is I'm going to come over to here, and I'm going to stand up there and attack her from there. The spiderlings won't be able to get to me or the foul waste, and we're just going to DPS her from there. And we're going to see how that goes. Of course, for this, since we're going to be using the cheese method, for this first attempt, I am going to go ahead and try it without any charms and without the braziers. And of course, I went with the File Serenity for health. And of course, we'll be DPSing her with Test of Faith, Aspirant's Binding to just do damage, because we won't have to worry about keeping her away from us. Confront Memories, it normally forces you to take the shield because you'll be in such a confined space. And then Unleash whenever it is up. So we're going to go ahead and get this started. Now, Calistine had a 2-minute 30-second timer. For Ecthra, let's take a look here what we're dealing with. It is 1 minute 40 seconds? Are they crazy? Okay, let's just make sure we can jump up here. There's the crawlers. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get up there now. This, of course, is the cheese method. You just stand up here and take her damage. The spiderlings cannot get to you, as you can see. And you just DPS her. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use that now. Uh-oh. Those ones did manage to get to me. I must be a little bit too far forward. Oh, crap. They are managing to get up here. That's going to chew through my health, I think. She's about at 29, and we're at the 8th. Like, these are some really tight timers. Like, I don't know if, like... Oh, snap. Ugh, God. This is getting old with that. So that looks like it will work. We just need to get our damage up. The bad thing is that, of course, it forces you to take the shield every time, which is probably still the best. I'm trying to think. The file's probably still your best. There's nothing that increases your damage out of the items to use. So what would be the best there, then? I really need to work on getting my inventory fixed. I'm half tempted to send the meat as well, just to give me a little bit more room here. Send that. We'll send that. Give me a little bit more room to work with here. Uh, send the pallid bone. I think we had one more thing of meat too, didn't we? God, this is rough for these fights. I thought we did. I thought I saw it down here. There it is. Send that. So that way we don't have to exit every 5 seconds. So Ector was a very, very close fight. That, in my honest opinion, I feel like is going to be the only way you'll be able to, unless they're really catering to using certain ones for certain fights. For that, that's the only thing I can think of. And maybe Clea is the better choice. Nope, nope. That nightmare's already over. But a minute 40, man, that's really fast. I feel like that caters to Clea just for the way her abilities work. Because, I mean, that doesn't increase your damage, doesn't increase your damage, no damage, no damage, no damage. So, I mean, there's nothing that really increases your damage here. So, I mean, File of Serenity really would be the only choice. I almost feel like just getting her mad so that way I can get her over there quicker in comparison to chaining her and then having to wait until she kind of follows me. And then just getting that started right off the bat. So let's try this again. You know what? We're going to grab that right off the bat. Oh my god, I walked off the edge. I was trying to back up a little bit more, and that was my mistake. But maybe that's the way to go, is getting that haste buff right there at the beginning. I honestly don't think they'll be able to fix the cheese method, in all honesty. Whoops. I feel like one of the things I should see is how much health those spiderlings have, because I think Clea's ability would pretty much one-shot them. That's what I wanted to check too. So it didn't. Okay, so we will be using the cheese method here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get her mad. I'm going to turn around and grab the haste thing as we run to it, because it won't trigger until I start using it. She's close enough she can hit me with Befuddled, though. She's gonna get right up in my face. I think I am. It's not hitting her. That's weird. I just noticed that a few of those didn't hit her. So we have to be careful about that. Okay. A lot of weird crap going on in these matches today. Let's try that again. Why did they just teleport to me? Why is it not attacking? That's not good. Once again, it's not. Is it lag? Like, what is going on? I don't know what's up with that. Is it because she's so close? Is it because she's glitching to the thing? It's not a lesson in humility. It's a lesson in the game is glitching. Like, what in God's name? I guess I'm lucky I saved up all these charms. Maybe I should go with the Ring of Warding to knock her back if that happens. Maybe that would be the better way to go. Because it's even not. There's times it's not allowing me to attack. So this is where it got sketchy last time. I got the haste one, so that I guess is kind of good. Now I got the speed one, which is problematic. Make sure that hits. See, that didn't hit. That didn't hit. Can't attack her. I see. I think I see what's happening. I think I see it now. Okay, we won that using the cheese method. It kind of glitches, so you got to be careful with your placement of your unleash and with even your aspirin's bindings. You might have to move forward because your test of faith might not even allow you to trigger. Like, this has just not been pretty for these fights. But that did allow me to do it for the Master of the Path Ectra using the cheese method. So I do strongly recommend doing that because you only have a minute 40 seconds, which honestly I believe you're supposed to do it with Clea because the way her abilities play out, especially with minions. But I really think that's meant for Clea. Which makes me curious which ones you would use who for. Oh, God, Aldurin and Mjolnir. Well, this fight's honestly not too bad. Okay, this though, I am not even going to remotely try this right now. So let's go ahead. And once again, we are doing the Path of Ascension. This is the third fight now. We'll be doing it on Aldurin and Mjolnir. I'm going to be doing it with all 5 charms. These are very rough fights. So I did save up a lot of medallions and all of that, so that way I could make those as I saw fit. So for this fight, the way they work, of course, is Aldurin has 3 abilities. One is Anima Burst, which is kind of negatable. Anima Seed, which you want to use your spirit for the Deep Echo Trident to cancel it, or you have to stand in it and absorb it. And his third is an Anima Dervish, which on Wisdom it turned into a chain that rotates around, so you want to make sure to avoid that. Of course, and then Mjolnir, of course, is ranged. Will be shooting arrows the whole time. They do either double shot or triple shot. Double does 2 groupings of arrows with 2 arrows in each. You just want to step in between them. So if they're coming like this, you step into the safe spot, or he'll do triple shot, or she'll do triple shot, and then he'll do 3 of them with 3 groupings of arrow. Once again, you want to step into the safe zone. Mjolnir, thanks to Wisdom, now teleports all over the place, which honestly, in my opinion, makes it easier to avoid them as she has no rhyme or reason of where on the stage she will teleport to. So we did go with Pelagos for this. We did go with the Deep Echo Trident to interrupt Anima Seed. If you do choose to interrupt it, you can interrupt the first one, the third one, and the fifth one. You'll have to stand in the second, fourth, and sixth, and so on and so forth, depending how long the fight lasts. We'll, of course, be using Test of Faith on Aldurin. We'll be using Aspirin's Binding on Aldurin to keep him away from us, so that way he can't melee. Confront Memories. I mean, from what we've seen so far, we've honestly had to take the haste buff on Calistine. It's probably honestly supposed to be that way for Ector as well, but we did the cheese strategy. And if we can, using Unleash whenever we can to hit both of them. That is the best that you can do because it will double the damage as they share a health pool. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, make sure to also subscribe, leave a like, leave a notification, do what you need to do, and follow me on Twitch at _Dab86. I do all my guides live, so I apologize if you've been here so far for the other guides. Now let's take a look, see what timer we have on this. Calcine was 2 minutes 30 seconds, Ector was 1 minute 40, and for them, let's take a look here. It is also 1 minute 40 seconds. Oof. Okay, so we are going to start off with hitting both. I'm going to go ahead and take the haste here. She ran a good ways away. There's Anima Dervish, so let's not get hit by that. Oh, that's Anima Seed. Oh, God. I'm getting hit by arrows. Oh my God, she teleported on top of me. I've got a lot of bad stuff going on right here. She's behind me. She's over here now. Oh, crap. I didn't even see that. At least we got our shield up to absorb that. I am missing all of these seeds. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we're making pretty good time so far. That's a seed. It's going to be close. Did we win? Oh my God. Alder and Mirnir, not so bad as the other fights. Don't make as many mistakes as I did. I missed a lot of seeds there. Really didn't interrupt. She was teleporting a lot quicker than it seems like she's done in previous fights. One of the things it looks like I've noticed so far between the fights is it really seems like they've upped their haste. Like they seem like they're doing stuff a lot quicker than they had on previous fights. So do keep that in mind with those timers. What's up? Okay. Right now I'm in between fights. Okay, so we're just going to take a quick little break here. I'll still be here. We're going to go back to Elysian Hold here. Oh my God, that first attempt at least. So Alder and Mirnir, not so bad. Any thoughts so far from anybody there in chat? Well, I know Katsumoto has been following me so far, and I appreciate that. This has been rough. So we're going to take a quick break from the Path of Ascension fights here. I got to clean my inventory again. My wife's going to do some vacuuming in the background here, so I apologize. So sell that, sell that, sell that. Come over here. Take that. Take that. Did we get anything that was other? Yes. Oh man. Numenuru's next. See, if the easiest thing, cats, I'm just gonna call you cats for short. I apologize. Um, the easiest thing you can do is farm up rather than the resources, the medallions of service. So I mean, you can get those from your Bastion callings, from Paragon levels with Bastion, and killing rare spawns and opening treasures. And then the easiest thing you can do is just come and talk to the innkeeper here and buy these instead, because you can get like, honestly, I think 14 to 20 a day, and it's really easy. And of course, doing your little mission table, doing those as often as you can, and then that way you get like 20 of all four of the resources. It's really quick, and then just farm up the rare spawns rather than having to go out and kill hundreds of mobs for low drop chances. And then of course, as you do your quests and stuff like that in each zone, of course you'll get them to drop. Because like for me right now, let's see, there's the feather champions. Where's the bars? I mean, I got 223 bars right now, so I mean, I'm not hurting on those. And for the bones, I want to say I got a lot of those too once I can find them. There we are. So I mean, I've got a ton, and I mean, I made those charms like right there. I mean, it cost me what, 15 medallions, which isn't too bad, and I was able to make that. And so far, we've only had to use 3 of them. One because I messed up. But yeah, I recommend doing that rather than having to go farm each one individually. Okay, okay. As long as you're cool with it, I don't want to do anything that upsets you or anything like that. If you're not okay with it. But yeah, I recommend doing the medallions that way because it is so much easier to come in and turn in like 3 of them and get 60 of each one of these, and then being able to make all your charms. But since Numa Nuru is next, I mean, if I had to say, if I had, I mean, that fight, honestly, I think could be another one that you could do probably pretty easy without any charms. We'll give it a try because if you kill the fairies that are linked to him, they tend to actually do damage to him. I think the problem there is since you've got to do the fire and the symbiotic, you'll want to make sure to kill them as easily and as quickly as possible. Um, but they'll have increased health, so I can only imagine that. I'd be curious to see what the timer they give on Numenuru. Okay, so we're gonna do Numenuru here before this vacuuming starts. We're gonna try this, of course, without. Yeah, I don't like having to farm that. I mean, the good thing is typically I run into the mats, the bars pretty easily because typically I have to kill more stuff in Revendreth than anything. Maldraxxus, almost everything there drops it. As far as the feathers and the furs, lots of the stuff in Ardenwell drops the furs, but as far as the feathers, you're kind of limited at Bastion. In all honesty, there's not a lot of places that send you to quests that really kill that stuff, and that so I mean, and having to go to all the 4 different zones to farm them makes it a huge mess. Okay, so before we take our break, we're going to try Numenuru. I'm going to try this without the Braziers, so we're going to, once again, we're going to try to do the Master of the Path here. Okay. Ooh. Once again, thank you so much for joining me today on the Path of Ascension Humility. This is our 4th fight. This is Numenuru. So we're going to come over here to our Soul Mirror. We're going to choose Numenuru. So of course he has additional health and damage and now has a timer. We don't know what that is yet because this is our first time attempting. We're going to do this with Pelagos. So we're going to grab Pelagos here. And then of course we're going to grab, for this, I'm going to go with the File of Serenity for the health. Because the way Numenuru works is he has 3 real abilities. but he'll cast So, which throws fairies around the stage. The fairies are life linked to him, so if you kill them, it does damage to him. So you normally want to try to kill groupings of them. The second thing is he'll summon a volatile fairy, which will explode, doing a lot of damage. You want to make sure to kill that, or if not, have your shield up so that you can kill it. And the third fairy that he summons is a symbiotic fairy, which will link to him, giving him a shield from damage during that time. So you want to make sure to kill that, and then continue to kill fairies around the area. We'll be single targeting items with Test of Faith. We'll be attacking groupings with Aspirin's Binding because Numenuru is in the center. He does not move. If you get close to him, he will melee you. And then Confront Memories. The shield probably wouldn't, probably still isn't bad if you're going to step out. Haste is probably the better choice for this fight once again. Careful if you're standing near the towers because you can line of sight the fairies. That way you don't stack them all up and then you are forced to take the shield. And then Unleash will be using that on groupings of fairies, especially if the Volatile's up, and will single target the Symbiotic because I don't want to kill a bunch of the fairies and them not take the damage from it. And then, of course, we went with our file. We're doing this with no charms and no braziers, so that way we can do the Master of the Path. We already did Ecthra by cheesing it. And I'm going to ring the bell. And just like you, make sure you ring the bell for notifications. And also leave a comment. Follow me on YouTube or Twitch. On Twitch, I am the_Dab86. So let's go ahead and get this fight started and see what kind of a timer we're dealing with here. Now, a good way to start this fight off is he does summon like 5 fairies around him, so single targeting him and then doing your Aspirin's Binding right off the bat is a good choice. He normally also does a big grouping over here if you start the fight right here. Why do I feel like these are all gotten harder since Calistine? But it's a minute 40, and normally he does 1 or 2 fairies right here. So I would recommend starting it here, maybe wrapping around here to quickly kill these, and of course the grouping around him to really cut down his health. So I'm going to come over here to make sure that the fairies fall out right where I want them to. We're going to go ahead and make him mad. We're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to not apparently be able to attack. I'm probably going to die here. Ooh. Barely got that off. Oh, sweet. It spawned right here. We're going to do this right here so that way we can maximize. I feel like a lot more of them are hitting me than normal, too. Why can't I not attack? I'm screwed. I felt like I wasn't doing nearly as much damage. So now we're going to turn on the braziers. I feel like Clea, once again, would still be the better choice. Just run over there when she's ascended or whatever. Just a whole bunch of fairies and just run around killing everything. Leap to what you need to leap to. And so let's turn on the braziers. We're going to redo this intro here, so I apologize. Thank you once again for joining me today for the Path of Ascension Humility Guide. This is our 4th fight, Numenuru. You come over to your soul mirror, come down to Numenuru. We choose Humility. We will be choosing Pelagos for this. And then for the fight, we're going to go ahead and we'll take the File of Serenity. So for this fight, he does have increased HP and damage. You do have a timer of 1 minute 40 seconds. So for the fight, he does cast So, which will cast fairies all around the area. I noticed he did 3 over here, 3 in the center with him. It looked like another 3 and a 1 right here, so I recommend, of course, wiping out the fairies where there's most because they are life tied to him, so it will do a lot of damage. His second fairy is a volatile fairy, which will explode and do a lot of damage, so you want to make sure to kill it as quickly as possible. The third fairy and his final ability, technically, is a symbiotic fairy, which will link to him, giving him a shield where he will not take damage. He is rooted in the middle, so he will not do much, and you can line of sight them fairies by stepping around using the pillars and then avoiding a lot of the damage. If you're going to be taking confront memory, so that way you can step out and avoid a lot of the damage. The fairies do a lot because there does seem to be a lot more of them up. We of course will be single targeting with Test of Faith. We'll be attacking groups of them with Aspirin's Binding. Confront memories, we're going to try it with the shield. And then for Unleash, we're going to try to take out big groupings of fairies, especially if the volatile is up. For the symbiotic, we'll try to take it out without using that because, once again, I don't want to kill a bunch of fairies and him not take the damage. So let's go ahead and get this started. And then, just like me, make sure you ring the bell, leave a like, leave a comment. Follow me on Twitch and YouTube, or subscribe on YouTube. And then I am the _Dab 86. So let's go ahead and get this started. We're going to start on this side, so it should leave a grouping there. He'll have the ones in the center. So we're going to go ahead and right off the bat, we're going to go like that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take the shield here. He did a grouping of 3 right here. Let's go ahead and start wiping this up. There's the fire fairy back there in the background. We're going to take care of him. Oh, crap. Has he summoned a symbiotic? No, there it is. Where'd it go? We're going to do that. God dang it. I knew that was coming. Really got to line of sight these fairies. I made a lot of mistakes there, though. That was full of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. Nope, that's not what I want. Let's try this again. And that is Numenuru. Not so hard, just make sure to kill the grouping as a fairy. Focus on what you need to, get your shield up for the volatile so you can move around a little bit. Probably could be done without the braziers, you just have to play it just right. We'll try that another time. Probably with Clea, though. You getting ready to vacuum? So that's 4 out of 30 fights. Whew. So who's next? A Splinterbark Nightmare? Half tempted to take the Spirit Forged Aegis for that. Not use the shield during that time. Maybe use the haste. I'm curious on this. So, I mean, if you were to do this to the Spiderlings, the only bad thing is like her like resource generation is like terrible unless she's meleeing. I feel like for her on Ecto though, you'd have to do the Vial of Lich Frost. Something to keep the spiders away long enough. Because 3,400 is not a lot of. Because we saw what they had about like what 6,500. And I mean that would. I mean, it would allow you to one shot as many as you wanted. And then I'd probably say have to leap away from the spiderlings as much as you can. And I just. I mean, that allows you to one shot. You know, one thing I haven't been looking at, I haven't really been looking at boss health pools. That's been one thing we have not looked at. And I feel like you just spam the hell out of this. Okay. Exit this here real quickly. We're going to take a little bit of a break from this while she vacuums here. So, but thank you for anyone coming so far. We've downed 4 of the bosses, one of them with no charms or braziers, which unironically was probably the hardest. It was a bit of a glitched fight. Calicine was a bit of a glitched fight too. I feel like it could be done. It's just glitchy. Numenuru, I feel like we could also do the Master of the Path. Let's go see. It's probably going to be, what, Maw stuff, if it's sending me there. No, it's Torghast, which is definitely not what I'm going to go do right now. As we go do the Hornet, I guess what we could do real quickly while we're taking a quick break from Path of Ascension is go get more medallions. I guess that's a thing. So what we're gonna do is is it up? I didn't see it. Yeah, it's up. Nope, I missed. Nope, I didn't. Get back some of these medallions that we've so willingly sacrificed to take down these bosses. Okay. Go see if this guy's up. It's not pinging for this one, so I don't think he's up. No. Yep, you're free to vacuum. Okay. So while we're taking a little bit of a break here from the Path of Ascension, we're just grabbing some medallions real quick. Don't particularly need them, but this way we've got a few more. That's what I'm looking for right there. Go see if the three treasures are up in here. I think the one would have pinged. The treasure of humility is up, so that's good. That's another medallion right there. And then we'll have to die on our way out. Well, I guess this works right here. Oh no, they're destroying me. Why? Oh no, there's so many Forsworn. Ah! Are you okay over there? What is that? That's like really musty. Okay. I don't know if anyone can summon her yet. I think I would have already detected him at this range. Nope. There he is. He's up. Go see if Dione's up. Relic Horde. Oh, that was what I just opened. Nah, it's not pinging her. Swelling Tear. I don't know if he drops them. Not seeing it here. So he's up the hill. Forgotten Outpost. Is the Forgotten Outpost? No, that's the Hall of Beasts. Is this the Forgotten Outpost? No. Oh, it's up here. I don't see it. There it is. Can't believe I missed that. That did not give me a medallion. Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Chapter 3. Okie dokie. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. And Chapter 6. So now we gotta go find the purple one. What the hell? And there's Chapter 7, that was easy. Where am I running exactly?
Person still using our waffle?
Are you almost done vacuuming? Yum. How long would you say? Okay. Looks good. Yep, you have a good one. Sorry you had to miss out on the other fights. I'll continue them. You'll of course be able to see them on YouTube because I should be able to get the 10 done with Pelagos. Hopefully, I can come back and get the achievement done as well, so that way you can see kind of how to do those. Yep, you have a good night. Okay. Got a little bit of time here. Let's go take out the splinter bark. Now let's go do the horn real quick. I was already summoned him. This is bad. I managed to pick up some friends here. Okay, let's go knock out Splinter Bark here real quick. So that way we can get another one done here. It will be our 5th fight today. Not even going to try doing that without braziers. I'll try that. Okay. Here we go. Thank you so much for once again joining me today for the Path of Ascension Humility for Splinter Bark Nightmare. This is our 5th battle of the day. So we come over here to our Soul Mirror. I'm going to come down here. Oh, it's Craven Corinth. My bad. So to start this over, thank you so much for joining me today for our 5th battle, Craven Corinth. So we'll be coming over here to our Soul Mirror, choosing Craven Corinth. We'll go to Humility. We're going to be doing this with Pelagos. So we're going to come over here, choose Pelagos. We're going to go ahead and choose for him. I'm going to go with the Vial of Lich Frost to keep him away from us. And also, we can also glitch him so that way he doesn't need his Anima Orb. Since it is Humility, there is now a timer, including his DPS has gone up once again. For this, I am, since he was kind of easy to do on the achievements on Wisdom, we're going to try doing it without the braziers here for our first attempt. So we're going to be doing that for Master the Path. So for Craven Corinth, he does have 3 abilities, technically 4, his 1 in Wisdom added 2, but the first one that you have to watch out for is Fan of Desolation. He will teleport here to the center and he does 3 castings. The first 2 will do individual lines, which you have spaces in between them to safely move. The third cast, he will cover about 75% of the stage, with 25% being a safe zone. You want to make sure to get to that because if it hits you, it will do a lot of damage. If you have your shield up, you can also choose to just eat it. The second ability that he has is an Anima Orb, so he'll teleport behind one of these 4 pillars randomly, and an Anima Orb come up, he'll run up to it and start consuming it, which will heal him, so you're going to want to make sure to destroy the Anima Orb. Then the third and fourth abilities that he adds is anywhere he moves, he will do a blood effect on the ground. Stepping in that will do damage. And he also does a blood orb that is an area of effect that stepping in that slows you down. Both of those in my previous battle on Wisdom did not actually proc my shield, so the longer I kept him away from me, the more I could actually choose to ignore because it wasn't procking my shield. Of course, we will be doing our Test of Faith to damage him, Aspirin's Binding to keep him away from us and making sure to add in some distance. We'll Confront Memories and take the shield because then we can pretty much eat everything he does. And then Unleash to do damage when it is safe to do so. And of course, I took the Vial of Lich Frost as our number 5. We'll be using that to also help us get some distance. And also, if you use it on him before he teleports, it can glitch him out, causing him not to actually consume the orbs. He'll just leave it in place. So we're going to go ahead and ring the bell. Just like me, make sure you do the same. If you're watching there on YouTube, make sure to follow, leave a like. And if you're watching me on Twitch at the_Dab86, please also follow there as well. And he does now have a timer. Most of the fights so far have been 1 minute 40 seconds. Calicine was 2 minutes 30 seconds. So we'll see what his is. As you can see the blood effect underneath his feet there. Let's see here. He has 1 minute 20 seconds. So this is getting worse as we're going down. Okay, there's the safe spot. We're going to go ahead and do that. Take the shield. Go ahead and get some separation here. I'm screwed. He is really freaking fast this time around. I messed up there with his Fan of Desolation. Seems like his... Okay. Give that another quick try here. Almost have him to try the... Minute 20 though, man, that's really short. Canicos, I feel like, would have too much build up to do it. Clea, I don't know. God dang it, again. Uh, yeah. I need to stop getting hit by that Fan of Desolation. I've never been hit. Seems like his cast seems a little bit faster. Eternal Crystal, it's not too bad. Could be better. We could definitely be doing better here. Let's give it one more try. Frost. Oh, this is bad. And I still get hit. God damn. God damn. If I'd stop getting hit with the Fan of Desolation, I feel like that's doable. Thank you so much for joining me today for the Path of Ascension, our fifth fight with Craven Corinth. You'll want to come over here to your soul mirror. Come down here to Craven Corinth. You will choose Humility. So click Choose. We're going to be doing this with Pelagos. For it, I am going to use the Vial of Lich Frost to help keep him away from me. He does seem to move a lot faster in this. And of course, in Humility, we do have a timer of 1 minute 20 seconds to kill him. We do have the Braziers lit to help us do more damage. So for this, he has three abilities. He will use Fan of Desolation. He'll warp to the center. For his first two casts, we'll give you gaps in between them to safely stand. His third cast covers about 75% of the stage. You'll want to move to the 25% that is not covered, so that way you do not take damage. If not, you'll want to make sure to use your Confront Memory Shield, so that way it does not proc, so that way you don't take the damage. We will be, of course, and then of course he does Anima Orb, which he'll teleport behind one of the pillars. He'll start consuming it to heal him over time. You want to destroy it as quickly as possible. And then his third and fourth abilities is he will, as he moves, it does also place down spots of blood on the ground. Walking through that will damage you. And then, of course, he does a blood orb, which will slow you down. You want to make sure to avoid that as well. If you use your Confront Memory Shield, in my previous battle on Wisdom, it did not proc my shield, so it was just doing no damage whatsoever to me. And then, of course, you'll want to damage him with Test of Faith, Aspirin's Binding to keep him away from you, and Confront Memories with the shield. The first thing I've been taking is the haste buff, so that way I can maximize my damage on him for that first phase. And then make sure when he does Fan of Desolation as well, make sure to move as close to him as you can, so that way you can safely get to the area that does not have it. And then just like me, make sure to ring that bell, so that way you know when I post new content. Leave a like, leave a comment, follow, subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, on Twitch I am the_Dab86. So that way you can see me live. Good God! We might actually have to... This might be another fight where we have to use medallions. So before we start this fight, I did use all 5 medallions. So of course the Charm of Discord for the dot, the Charm of Fortitude for more health, the Charm of Persistence for regeneration of health, the Charm of Focus for more resource gathering, and Charm of Quickness so that way we can move a little bit quicker here. Of course we'll be using Pelagos. We're going to once again, we're going to take the Vial of Lich Frost. Okay. Okay, I think I'm just going to redo the intro. Thank you so much for joining me today for our 5th battle of the Path of Ascension for Humility. We will be going up against Craven Corinth. So for this fight, I did use all 5 of the charms again. I've got the braziers lit as well. He does seem to move a lot faster than before, so do be mindful of that. You do have a minute 20 seconds to down him. So for this fight, he has 3 abilities. He has Fan of Desolation. He will teleport to the center, and he will do lines of blood outwards from there. There are safe zones for the first 2 casts in between each one to step into. During that time, make sure to get as close to him as possible, because his 3rd cast, he will cover about 75% of the stage. You want to make sure to get to the safe spot, which is the other 25%. If you have Confront Memories up with the shield, it will absorb it and you won't take damage. His other 3 abilities are Anima Orb, which he'll jump behind one of the pillars and can start consuming an orb, which will heal him. You want to make sure to kill the orb as quickly as possible so that way he doesn't get as much health. The other two are, as he runs to you, he will leave spots of blood on the ground, which you want to make sure to avoid as they do damage. And he'll also summon blood orbs that pulsate around the area. They'll have circles around them. They will slow you down if you pass through them. So do be mindful of that. He does a lot of melee damage as well, so I do recommend trying to keep your shield up. I also recommend, if you can, for the first part, taking the haste and just spamming him with as much damage as you can. Let's go ahead and get this started. So I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, do the same. Also, leave a like, leave a comment. Make sure to follow me on Twitch at _Dab86, or follow me on YouTube. I do appreciate it. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get this started here. You can already see the area of blood underneath him here. And once again, we do have all 5 of the charms. So we're going to start off by keeping him slowed. We're going to do that. Right off the bat, we're going to get that. We're going to start doing this. I'm going to freeze him in place. Oh, he already took off for the center. Let's not get hit. I'm screwed. God damn, he keeps, like, getting me with that. It seems like it's a really fast cast now. I got hit again. I'm harmed. Holy crap. That's even with using charms. I wonder if at that point it's almost better to... I'm going to try something different here with the Spirit Forged Aegis, I think. This is rough. because we were close. I mean, okay. So we're going to try this again here. Thank you so much for joining me today for the Path of Ascension Humility, which has been humiliating so far. We are going to do Craven Corinth with Pelagos. You, of course, go to your soul mirror here. Come down to Craven Corinth. You come over to Humility. You click Choose. And then, of course, I've already chosen Pelagos. Come over here. I am trying this with the Spirit Forged Aegis to see how that works. I tried the Vial of Lich Frost. It's not really doing a lot to keep him away from me. He does seem to move a lot faster. He does have increased HP and damage for this. And of course, since it is Humility, you do now have a timer, which is a minute 20 seconds to kill him. After that, it doesn't kill you immediately. What it does is increases him. You can no longer control him. And of course, his damage goes through the roof. So for this, he does have three abilities. I apologize, four abilities. The first one is Fan of Desolation. He'll teleport here, right here to the center, and he'll do lines of blood that expand out from him. The first two casts, there are safe zones between each one. That is a good chance to move forward and get close to him because his third cast, he'll cover about 75% of the stage. And then, of course, you want to make sure you're in the safe spot or use Confront Memories, the shield, because it will not proc it. So then you'll have a full shield coming out of that and it won't do any damage. And you can just DPS him the whole time. The second ability is he does Anima Orb, which will make him go behind one of the pillars randomly. He'll start consuming it. You want to destroy it as quickly as possible to mitigate the amount of health he gets back from that because you are on a timer. And then the third and fourth abilities, as he moves around the stage, he will put down areas of blood that will damage you if you step into them. And he also does orbs that will move around slightly. They do have an area of effect around them indicated by a red circle. Those will slow you down if you pass through them. They do not proc your shield, at least that is what I've experienced myself. But do be mindful of them. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell. And of course, damage him with Test of Faith, keep him away from you with Aspirin's Binding, Confront Memories, the Shield, or Haste, so that way you can maximize the amount of damage you do to him. And then, of course, Unleash whenever you can to do a maximum amount of damage, and or even if you can to damage the orb at the same time, but I do recommend just doing it when you can. Because you can do Aspirin's Binding to help you do a lot of damage, and then just do the Aspirin's Binding and then focus him for the rest, because it's not worth wasting an entire Test of Faith for 2% of health left on the orb. I'm going to ring the bell though, and as for you, do the same so that way you can see when I do more content. Also, make sure to follow, leave a like, leave a comment, and follow me on Twitch at the_Dab86. And of course, we did use all of our charms as well. So take that right off the pat. I don't know why it's letting me do that, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to do a maximum amount of damage here. This. Jesus Christ. Tis but a scratch. We're gonna have to go make more charms again. God almighty. Let's close this. That's some cold air coming in that window. Okay, change of plans before we start. I did change over to the Vial of Lich Frost again. I just feel like keeping him away from me as best as I can is the best strategy there. So once again, I did use all 5 charms. We're going to go ahead and get this started here. Make sure to also leave a like, leave a comment, follow on Twitch at _Dab86, and subscribe there on YouTube. Okay. and that is Craven Corinth. We went over on time, but I just don't know, man. These fights, I don't think I've actually done one within time so far. Oh, hell no. Okay, so I do have to take a quick AFK. I gotta go help with dinner real quickly, so I will be right back. So, quick AFK. Okay, we're gonna continue a little bit of a way here while we do that. I guess Ring of Warden could work there as well. I don't even want to know how you'd fight him with Clea and Mechanicos. Are you done vacuuming? Yeah. So once again, thank you so much for joining us today for the Path of Ascension Humility. We are going to be starting our sixth fight, the Splinter Bark Nightmare. So we come over to our Soul Mirror. We're going to come over here to Humility. We're going to choose him. I've already chosen Pelagos, and for this, I did take the Spirit Forged Aegis. Is it not giving me both the buffs? Alright, maybe it was. Thank you so much for joining me today for the Path of Ascension Humility. We will be doing a Splinterbark Nightmare. You come over here to your Soul Mirror, you go with Splinterbark Nightmare. You come over here to Humility and you hit Choose. I'm going to be doing this with Pelagos, and I chose the Spirit Forged Aegis. So for the Splinterbark Nightmare, he has really two abilities. in his first phase, and then one in his second phase. So throughout the fight, he will be generating rage. You'll see it going up, and once he hits 100%, he will enrage. But during that first phase, he will be casting Shadow Splinter Spike, and what happens there is there will be two black spikes indicated by swirls on the ground that will spike up. If you get hit, it will stun you. The third one is a green one that you want to get because it is a stacking buff. It stacks 10 times, 9% each time, so it will reduce 90% damage incoming. During his enraged phase, he will chase after you. He cannot be at that point stopped, and he only uses rage when he does his smash, his enraged smash. So during that phase, you want to basically use your confront memories and basically face tank him. Since it is humility, he does have a timer, and then of course once he's unenraged, I don't like that. I've got it all messed up in my head. Thank you so much for once again joining me today on the Path of Ascension Humility. We will be taking on the Splinterbark Nightmare. So you come over here to your soul mirror, you choose Splinterbark Nightmare. You come over here to Humility, you hit choose. We will be doing this with Pelagos, and I chose the Spirit Forged Aegis. So for this, he has two phases, an enraged and an unenraged. He'll start unenraged. During this phase, he will do Splinter Bark Spike, which will do several spikes that are black from the ground. You'll see it as swirls that are gray. They will burst out if they hit you, or if you step into them after the fact, it will stun you, and they will remain for the duration of the first phase. The other part is he will do a green flower. If you walk over that, it gives you a stacking buff that reduces damage by 9%. It stacks 10 times. You want to gather as many of those as you can. Once he is enraged, he can no longer be crowd controlled. So you want to face tank him with confront memories because he only loses rage when he's doing his enraged smash on you. And then for him, of course, you want to make sure that you test a faith when it is safe so you're not getting stunned. Aspirin's binding to keep him away from you. Confront memories for that first phase. If you can get all the flowers, I'd recommend taking the haste. If not, taking the shield to mitigate the damage. And then, of course, during his second phase, definitely the shield, so that way you can minimize the damage. I did take the Spirit Forged Aegis, so during the second phase, if I don't have a shield, I can also use that to reflect some of the damage back at him. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell. And for this as well, I have not taken any of the... Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I am going to take all 5 of the charms once again. So let's go ahead and get this started. So like me, ring the bell so that way you know when I have new content. Make sure to leave a like, leave a comment, follow, subscribe, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. And for Twitch, I am the_Dab86. So since we can start off with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take that. I almost feel like it's meant to do that. So could I literally start this off with both a shield and a confront memories? Haste? No, it looks like it took the haste away. But it's actually generating... It's actually generating, and of course we got 2 minutes 30 seconds, so I could literally start this off with an unleash if I really wanted to. So we're gonna, if it's gonna allow me to do that, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do it. There's his fear. Oh, and he also does Nightmarish Wail. I forgot to mention that. So let's go ahead and we're going to snag that. He's enraging. I got stunned, which is bad. I need to stay away from him for a second to get my shield back here. That was close. If I wouldn't have gotten stunned when I did, I could have gotten that. But now we know that we can start off with that. Thank you so much for once again joining me today on the Path of Ascension. We will be doing Humility for Splinter Bark Nightmare. You go over here to your soul mirror, you come down to Splinter Bark Nightmare, you choose Humility. We'll be doing this with Pelagos with the Spirit Forged Aegis. So one thing I want to note is I am using all the charms. So what you can do at the beginning of this fight is you can actually power yourself up so that way you can open with Unleash and then you can use your Aspirant's Binding right off the bat. That will work on any fight. So on any fight you'll be able to do that. Just power yourself up with the Confront Memories and then the Aspirant's Binding to power you up. And then of course wait for cooldowns, use your Unleash. But for this fight, so for the Splinterbark Nightmare, he has two phases. The first one he will start unenraged. During this phase, he casts Splinterbark Spike, which will be do two spikes that will be gray swirls. If they go off underneath you or if you walk into them, they will stun you. The other one will be a green flower, which is the third item. You want to pick that up. It does stack 10 times. It has a 9% reduction to damage. And so that's a total of 90%. Also during this phase, he will do Nightmarish Wail, which is a fear, which you do want to avoid because it can, of course, fear you into the spikes, which will stun you. You do have a timer of 2 minutes, 30 seconds to down him, so you do not want to get stunned. Once he has hit his max enrage, you'll see it on a bar, he will go enraged. You can no longer control him during this phase. You want to make sure to use your Confront Memory Shield, so that way you can face tank him. Make sure you have the 9, so that way it can also help you there, the 90. And then, of course, if you have the Spirit Forged Aegis, you can also use that to reflect some of the damage back to him, assuming you don't have your Confront Memory Shield up, as it will actually not reflect any damage if you stack those two together. And then, of course, once he's done enraging, he will go back to phase 1, and you will continue to DPS him. I'm going to go ahead and ring the bell, and just like you, do the same. Make sure to leave a like, leave a comment, follow me on YouTube. Also, follow me on Twitch at the_dab86. And let's get this started, and I'll show you how to power up here. And this, once again, works on any fight. I just now noticed it, and it only seems to be when I have the charm that allows me to do this. Generally, you wouldn't be able to. Because as you can see, I can already do that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do that. Just do that. This way we can power up. I don't think this will give you, but this definitely will, and I think that is because of the charm from the regeneration. So we're just going to power up here. If it's allowing me to do it, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do it. So once we've got the max here, we're going to open with our Unleash. So that way we can do our big damage. Then we're going to hold him in place. And since we'll be starting, we'll also have the haste. So we'll be able to just dump a whole bunch of damage right off the bat. And then we'll go straight into having our shield. So that way we can mitigate some damage up until we can get the stacks. And then we'll probably switch back to the haste. So that way we can do a whole bunch of damage there as well. So we're almost topped off here. There we go. We're going to wait for this to be up a little bit more. I did get stunned there. So we're going to get these flowers. Oh my god. What? That's baloney. There was nothing I could do. It ran me off the edge. God, these fights suck. So let's go ahead and we're going to power up here. And this can be done in any fight, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to get all powered up here before we start this, because we only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to down him. So we're going to power up here, go with our cooldown, so that way we can mitigate as much as we can here, or do as much damage, and then go into mitigation. Because we're going to open up with the damage, and then of course we're going to take a shield right off the bat to get to our 9 of the flower. So this next one should give it, and then we're going to give it a few seconds. And this can be done on any fight. So there we go. Got enough to do Unleash. I'm going to wait for that to be a little bit more. Got that, so we're going to go straight damage now. And that should be the fight right there. A lot easier when you do it right. Still a huge freaking inconvenience. So that is 6 out of them done now. Let's go get rid of these fish that are now clogging our inventory. Okay. I think it's Mad Mortimer now. No, it's Thantriok. Four more fights. For Thantriok, let's go ahead. Thank you so much for once again joining today for the sixth fight of the day, Thantriok on Humility. We are going to give it a quick try on the Master of the Path, so we can't have any charms or braziers activated, so I've already deactivated those. Come over here to the Soul Mirror, you come down to Thantriok, come over here to Humility and you click Choose. So for this, of course, we're going to be choosing Pelagos. Path awaits you. And then for this, you have a choice here. You can do the Deep Echo Trident if you want to interrupt terminal destruction. You can also take the File of Serenity for health and then just take the shield. It's really up to you on how you want to go about this. I kind of like the Deep Echo Trident because I don't feel like he does a lot of damage within itself with the necrotics. So we're going to go ahead, and there's plenty of time too to cast it. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to take the Deep Echo Trident. So for this fight, he has several abilities that are unlocked as you destroy his phylacteries. So for him, he is locked in the center of the stage. He will not move. And then as you destroy his phylacteries, they will unlock it. And when you destroy one, it will, of course, make him take 20% extra damage for about 20 to 25 seconds. Killing another phylactery will, of course, break that once again. And then once you're out of phylacteries, he will just, of course, no longer get the shield. But each phylactery you break gives him an ability. The abilities, of course, are Greater Necrotic Bolt, Terminal Destruction, Death Blossom, and Word of Suffering. So Necrotic Bolt is pretty straightforward. It is just a Necrotic Bolt that he will shoot at you throughout the entire fight. Greater Necrotic Bolt is just another version of it that does more damage. You can, of course, line of sight that. The third one is going to be Terminal Destruction, which is a very long cast, and you can use your Deep Echo Trident to interrupt that. For the Death Blossom, what he'll do is he'll pulsate out from him circles that have safe zones to pass through. If you just take your Confront Memories, it doesn't proc your shield, so you can let them hit you as much as you want. And then from there, the final one is Word of Suffering, which is a dot that he'll place on you, which is also easily mitigated by using your Confront Memories shield. So I'm going to go ahead and get this started. So go ahead and actually, what we can also do too. No, we're going to keep it as that. We're going to keep it as that. We could do the Ring of Warding. Let's just do it so that way we can see if we can knock out the achievement. It's how you wear it. Because he has been an easy fight in the past. We can use the shield to mitigate the terminal destruction. And of course, he will have a timer, so you want to make sure to kill him in that timer. If not, he'll do a lot of damage. You said 1 hour and 40 minutes? And you're starting it at 5:45? We'll just say 5:45 for my math. So that'd be 6:45 plus 20, that'd be 7:05, and then another 20, so 7:25. So I'm going to go ahead and ring the bell, and just like you do the same as well. That way you can get notifications when I post new content. Also, leave a like, leave a comment. Make sure to follow or subscribe whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. On Twitch, you can find me by doing the_Dab86. So let's see what kind of a timer we are working with here. So you can see those are the phylacteries right there. That is Thantriok. You can see the beams that are giving him the shield. So as you can see here, phylactery destruction, this gives him terminal destruction. That gives him the Greater Necrotic Bolt. The one in the back will give him Word of Suffering. And then that one right there will give him Death Blossom. So we're going to start off by destroying this one. So we're going to move in so that way we're kind of line of sighted from him. So I'm going to go ahead and start this off. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take our shield. I'm going to let that hit us because we had our shield up. I don't think that hit it. It did. Go ahead and do that. Oh yeah, we didn't. Ha 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 ha. Oof. That's what I get for goofing off and taking that. Thank you so much for joining me today for the sixth fight of the day against Thantryok on Humility in the Path of Ascension. So you come over here to your soul mirror, you will choose Thantryok. You come over here to Humility, click choose. We are giving it a try real quickly for the Master of the Path, so we don't have any Braziers lit and we also don't have any charms activated. I am going to go with the Deep Echo Trident. So for this fight, Thantryok will be in the center. He does not move from that point. He has 4 phylacteries around him. Each one contains an ability that as you destroy it will unlock it to him. The first one we will be taking out has Terminal Destruction. Then you have Greater Necrotic Bolt, Word of Suffering, and then of course Death Blossom. So the way they work, Terminal Destruction is a long cast that if it hits you, it will kill you. So do not let it hit you. You want to use your Deep Echo Trident to interrupt it, or you want to make sure to have your shield up. I'd recommend the Deep Echo Trident just to interrupt it so you can use your shield to mitigate other things, and in case if you don't have it up when it goes off. It does seem to be a much faster cast than it was in the previous fight, so do be aware of that. Greater Necrotic Bolt is just as it says, just a Greater Necrotic Bolt. He does Necrotic Bolt throughout the fight, it's just a greater version of it. Word of Suffering is a dot he puts on you. And Death Blossom, he'll do rings that pulsate out from him, and they'll grow in size. Of course, they do have a safe place to pass through them. If you have your shield up, you can just run through them. It won't proc your shield, so you won't have to worry about moving or anything. You can just focus on DPSing. And then I'm going to go ahead and ring the bell, and just like me, make sure you do the same so you get notifications when I do new content. Make sure to leave a like, a comment, follow, subscribe, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. And on Twitch, you can find me under the_Dab86. So let's go ahead and get this started here. Now, if you do use the charms, if you use the one that gives you regeneration of your, or more generation of your power, so in this case, like mana or whatever, you can actually power up before the fight, and you can start with an Unleash right off the bat. I wouldn't say start off with an Unleash. I would destroy the phylactery first. So we're going to go ahead and do this. So we're going to go ahead and just... I don't want to do my Unleash just yet. Go ahead and do it now. I had my shield up, luckily. I feel like he's about to do his Terminal Destruction. We're going to go ahead and we're going to destroy that. Of course, it won't do any damage to him, which kind of sucks. Ah, crap. That's going to one-shot me. Oh, my shield was up. Thank God. And see how it's not proccing my shield? I can just stand here and just DPS him with no fear. I can't tell where the safe place is. We almost actually had him. I'm going to give that another try. We would have had that if I wouldn't have messed up with that. Now we're just going to sit here and DPS him because it's not going to proc my shield. So it's the best time to do as much damage as you can to him. Refresh my shield. Finish him up. And that is Fantriok for Master the Path. Yeah, spear seems to be definitely the way to go. The Deep Echo Trident is definitely the way to go on this. These fights, I will not lie. Like I don't know what they expect. Like I don't think I've actually beaten any of them within the actual time frame yet. For Mad Mortimer, the only thing I could say is just trying to keep them as grouped up as possible for Pelagos, so that way you can hit as many as they can. I haven't seen it yet for what kind of a timer you're working with there, but these timers are very tight. And there's like really no way to. And the funny thing is, they on Wisdom they weren't that hard of fights, but then you throw in the timer and that enrage effect, and it's game over. Like even if I feel like if you do everything right, you will still die. Dang. So then I wonder. Then it's probably not time based. It's probably health based. Um, I know one thing. If you're, are you using the charms? I wonder. I mean, with Mad Mortimer, I wonder if it's okay. If you're using the charms, one of the things you can do is before the fight even starts, you'll start off with like 20 energy or whatever you want to call it. You can use confront memories to power yourself up, so you can actually start the fight with an unleash. Oof. No, I understand that feeling. I started with like 150 um, medallions. I'm like at 80 now. So I completely understand. Like these are really rough. And I haven't even attempted yet with Clea or Mechanicos. But you can use confront memories and use it to power yourself up. You could start the fight with an unleash. So right there from the get-go, you could drop a 7k damage right there on I think it's Ordum that it starts off with. And then of course then you can go into your damage. I think you might even be able to interrupt his ads if you really don't want to deal with them. Um, I guess Ring of Warding I've heard is good too for that fight. I've heard some people use it on Wisdom because the green guy will charge, but he can't pass through it, so it'll knock him back, keep him there. What I like to do is this area right here. So right here, I like to get the green guy to chase in there because what you can do is once he's in, if he's in at a good angle, you can actually come over here and it'll cause him to get stuck because he'll keep trying to charge to you in a straight line and he won't be able to get out of here. And then you can just pretty much stand there and face tank the red one and it'll make it so it's easier for Unleash to hit them both. And then you can pretty much leave him stuck in there until you have to start kiting around for the blue one, the frost one, and then you can do um, the red and until you get up to about here, then the green one's going to get loose again. But I haven't tried this yet on humility. But that's what I did on wisdom and on loyalty was I got him stuck in here to mitigate him running around. Really? So you can fight the world boss over and over for easy medallions? I didn't know that. Thank you for that information. See, I did the spider cheese. I managed to get it to work. That was really glitched. Once I get my video out, um, so things I noticed on that was even though I did it, he'd come up to the edge of the area where I was standing. Oh, the chests around him. Yeah. So the chest of humility, loyalty, and wisdom, and I think there's one more that spawns over there too. Yeah. But I noticed when he came up to the lip, when Ector came up to the lip of the platform I was standing on, um, I couldn't either target him or I guess her. I couldn't target her, or my unleash wasn't hitting her, and it made it really awkward. So there was a few attempts that failed because of that. And then I noticed with Calistine, there were times that I couldn't target Calistine, and if you use the Herald's boots or whatnot, you can't collect your memories. And it's, oh my god. If it's already hard enough, but you throw like glitches like that kind of crap in there, and Craven Corinth, I can't even imagine how you're gonna fight him on any others unless the timers change for Clea and Mechanicos. I haven't tried that yet. What was it? One of the fights I did against Calistine with, was it Mechanicos? I think it's actually in the footage I did. It's why it's like a 10-minute video. Calistine literally got stuck in the air and then reset when I did it with Mechanicos on not wisdom, loyalty, I think, for the achievement. Literally got stuck in the air. Yeah, Craven, when I finally decided to actually use the charms and all that, he wasn't too bad. He's much faster than I remember him. It definitely seems like they gave him a haste buff as well. Like a lot of the stuff seems to be moving a lot faster and casting a lot faster. Like I don't remember terminal destruction for Thantriok being that quick. I do not. And then with on Alder and Mjolnir, I also felt like she was teleporting a lot more frequently and shooting a lot more frequently. That one I actually was surprised I did on my first try, because that one is just a mess. But I definitely feel like they also up to their speed. Things seem to be moving a lot faster, and it's increasing their damage. But the thing is, it doesn't say anything about that. It just says that it increased their HP and damage. Nothing about like a haste thing. God. Okay, so we're going to give this a try here. So I do apologize. I do all my guides live, so there will be an introduction here to the fight. Thank you so much for joining me today for the 7th fight of the Path of Ascension for Humility. We'll be going up against Mad Mortimer. So you come over here to your soul mirror, go to Mad Mortimer, come down here and you hit choose. We'll be doing this with Pelagos. So we're going to choose Pelagos. So for this, you have a few options. You can use the Vial of Lich Frost to help with control the ads. You can also use the Ring of Warding, which allows when you use it on the green one, he won't be able to charge, he'll bounce off of it, which is of great help. You can also do the Vial of Serenity. For it, I'm going to go with the Ring of Warding. I'm going to give that a try, see how this works out. I don't have any of the Braziers lit yet, and I'm not going to use any charms on this first try because I want to see how it goes, because I want to try to do more of the Master of the Path, because this is an extremely difficult achievement, and I'm dreading this as well as we're working through this slowly. So for this fight, you start off with 3 mobs. The first one that will come in is Ordum, the red slime here in the middle. When he attacks you, what will happen is he uses Burning Glob, which as it stacks on you, it will give you Fiery Veins when you hit 10, and when you attack, it does like an AoE explosion on the target that you're attacking. The second one that will become active is the green one, which will do a train emote and charge you. If it hits you, or if you get hit by the green crap that it leaves on the ground, which will be sporadic, it will give you Fervent Fever, which at 10 stacks becomes Uncontrolled Vomiting, which will make you lose control of your character. The third one that becomes active is the Frost Slime, or Frost Slime Man on this side. And he will slowly move around, pulsating ice. If it hits you, it will stack freezing effects. And at 10, you will become frozen, unable to move. Now, for this fight, what I like to do is I like to get the green one to do his train emote in this direction. So he comes up the stairs. There's actually a little bit of a lip that actually causes him to get stuck there. And then you can safely DPS the red one and hit him with Unleash, doing double the damage. If you can hit all 3, that's even better. It will triple the damage. So I'm going to go ahead and and of course you'll be DPSing with Test of Faith, using Aspirin's Binding to control the red one, the green one, or the ads, most likely the ads. Unleash when you can to do damage, and of course we'll be taking the Confront Memories shield. I also recommend the Haste when you can, because it does increase your damage, and of course you are under a time constraint, because once the timer runs out, they will do a lot more damage and be a lot quicker, and become uncrowd controllable. So I'm going to go ahead and ring the bell, and just like you, do the same so you can get notifications. Leave a like, leave a comment, make sure to follow and subscribe, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. And you can find my Twitch under the_Dab86. So we're going to go ahead and so we got a 2-minute timer here. So they got 448k health here, so we're gonna start off right on him. So get closer. There's the sweet spot. We're gonna go ahead and do that. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do it away from him so we don't move closer. There's his burning glob. He's still doing that, so we're gonna wait until he does his summon slimes. We're gonna take the shield here. I guess we could have continued with the haste. Here's the summon slimes. I'm gonna go ahead and do that, which did not kill them. No, it did. Okay. His other one's becoming active. There we go. We're gonna come over here now because he should get stuck up in there. He just reset because it's that weird glitch. So we're just going to continue DPSing him. This is the glitch that also happened in my wisdom run. So we're just going to go ahead and enjoy this as much as we can. I don't know what causes this. I think it's because he gets stuck. We're going to take the shield because we're going to have to get out of here. I can see what you're talking about. I think he actually might be able to hit us now. Now he's rejoined the fight, which is a problem because well, we got it to about 56. Okay, so we're definitely going to have to light the braziers. But I can see what you're talking about there. Where the third one didn't even become active until it seemed like way late. And then, of course, the red one freaked out. I probably should have stayed down there. I might have been able to actually just back off a little bit and stand there on, maybe even having cheesed that. I actually want to give that another try, see if we can get that to repeat itself. I'm gonna go with the Ring of Warding again. So we're gonna give that another try. We're gonna see if we can get that to glitch again. There's the slime. We're gonna go ahead and do that. Wow. The way he's charging is like that. He should be stuck, but let's move a little bit further away. Okay, we managed to. I mean, if the other one's not going to activate, well, if you're watching, this is a good way to cheese him. He is literally stuck right there on that lip. He is enraged now as well, so. The other one is not activating, which is okay. This is working just the way I need it to. He's only got a little bit of health left. I mean, 18%. Just in case. He is stuck, mind you, so I'm way past the timer, but the other ones are not proccing, which is okay. The other one ran back because he's glitched, so assuming that he probably thinks that something's wrong with the fight. So this could be patched technically anytime. We're almost there, barring some sort of weird mistake, glitch, flying off, dying randomly for no reason. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to win this. We did go with the Ring of Warding, so there is how you wear it. That is completely how you cheese that fight right here. Well, if you were watching there, that is a good way to cheese that. Once again, didn't mean to cheese it. It got cheesed. And of course, that did also count towards our Master of the Path. I think we got to clean out our inventory again. See, that was purely accident. I had noticed in Wisdom the red one had done that before, and I couldn't figure out what caused it until that right there. So apparently, if the green one gets jammed in there, you can't get out. So I'm glad we figured that out. But these, like without the braziers lit, those are some gnarly fights. There's no other way to increase your damage unless there is like a particular one they want you to use, like Clea. Like Clea, I would probably recommend for Numenuru, and probably anything with ads, just for the raw fact that if you can power her up and you can run around just one-shotting the ads, you'll destroy Numenuru in no time. I feel like they have a set thing that they want you to do, and it's, before we've just used Pelagos or if you've done anything else, but that right there, that I don't know who you'd even choose for that fight, because I can't imagine how you would do that any faster. Maybe Clea, because you can get the 4 ads, waiting until they're up, using that to get the crit, and then just blowing it up. Because then, I mean, you'd be doing what, like 13,000 a hit, and if you can get the red and the green stacked, then I mean, you'd be doing 26,000 for that duration. So maybe it's meant for Clea, but I mean, if you can cheese it, cheese it. I mean, that's Blizzard's fault right there. Yep, that's what I thought my inventory was full. At least that's one more fight down. So we have, what, a Thanos and Azrax? A Thanos honestly shouldn't be that bad. I almost, well, once he becomes uncrowd controllable, he'll be a real pain in the butt. And since he moves around a lot, I'll give it a try. Not sure how that's going to play out. Let's go ahead and open that. Oh, more enchanting mats. Okay. But but I thought some of these fights were crap. Like I mean they weren't bad. I won't maybe that's the wrong way to say that. But I mean definitely now they're a ton harder. Like anyone that wants to be able to get whatever that achievement unlocks, I apologize. You're gonna be in for some frustration. Be prepared to pound your head against a wall. There's one more item that's mysteriously there we go. Azarux, that one's probably, in all honesty, I'd probably take the Deep Echo Trident for him. That's another fight that I would probably say is meant for Clea. Because once the ads come up, you just power up and blow them all up like they're nothing, and then proceed to just DPS the crap out of the boss. I would almost say probably taking the vial of or Phial of Serenity at that point, if you were doing it without braziers. Okay, back in we go for two more fights. Thank you so much for once again joining me today for our ninth fight of the Path of Ascension Humility set. So we will be taking on a Thanos. So we're going to come over here, choose a Thanos. We come over here to Humility, choose that. We're going to be doing this with Pelagos. So click that. For this, I would almost say probably the Vial of Lich Frost to keep him away from you, as he's a very pure melee fight. So for his abilities, he has Power Swing, which is a frontal cleave swing that if it touches you, it will throw you back a long ways. You do not want to get hit by it. If you do, you want to be like facing from here with your back to there, because you will literally land right there. Anywhere else, you are probably going to fly off the stage. The other one is his second ability is Massive Charge, which he'll charge you. If he touches you, he will grab you and run you all the way to the edge and drop you off the side. You do not want that to happen, as it is an instant loss. He has an energy bar, and as that depletes, he will drop down to a knee and do Shielded Charging, which does two shields that rotate around him. If they're rotating this way, I strongly recommend coming to the side that doesn't have the shield, like right behind the shield to DPS him. If you do it on this side, there seems to be a bit of a dead zone there where the shield doesn't look like it is there, but it is, and he'll absorb your damage. And then for the fourth ability, he does Quaking Shockwave, which does an inner ring that explodes upwards, and then an outer ring that explodes outwards, easily taken care of if you're out of range. So we're going to give this a quick try here for Master of the Path with no braziers and no charms. So we're going to go ahead and get this started. So I'm going to ring the bell, and just like me, do the same so that way you can get notifications of new content. Make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, and follow me on Twitch at the_Dab86. And there is a timer since it is humility. So let's take a look and see what that is here as well. If you are using charms, if you use the one for generation of more of your energy, it will actually allow you to power up and start the fight with an unleash. So do be mindful of that. So you do have a 2-minute timer. That's not too bad. For the majority of it, since he is at a range, we're probably going to be taking the haste, in all honesty. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start off with that. We're going to go ahead and do that. Take the haste. There's this power swing. Keep DPSing him. I'm going to get away from him. Wait until I see him casting an ability. There's this power swing. And there's a massive charge. He's probably going to grab me. That's a loss. I tried to do that to be safe. I don't know. It seems like I was taking a lot of damage there. Shield still might be the best bet. I wish there was a vendor in here. Okay, let's give that another try. Either that or do File of Serenity, so that way I can heal up while I'm doing it. Let's give it a try with File. Now let's stay with. Let's try it one more time with the Vial of Witch Frost. As long as it doesn't do a massive charge. Whew. He doesn't have much health. He doesn't have much health. I mean, what? Let's go ahead and we're going to light braziers. We did do a little bit of a change. I did light the braziers. I was close, but no cigar. So we're going to do it with the braziers so we can get this fight done. but I'm not doing it with any charms. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to use charms. I don't think we would have done enough damage. And the bad thing is you can't even cheese it because his power swing, unless he like just stops moving. So I think we're gonna have to use charms. Can you turn the kitchen light on, Yum? I don't think we need all five, but I'm gonna use them anyway. Thank you so much for once again joining me today for the Path of Ascension. This is our ninth fight. This is a Thanos on humility. You come over here to your soul mirror, you come down to a Thanos. You come over to humility and you hit choose. And of course, we've already chosen Pelagos, and I'm going with the Vial of Lich Frost to help me control the boss. So for this, he has four abilities. The first one is Power Swing, which is a frontal cleave that if it touches you will knock you back a good ways. So you want to make sure to avoid it by either passing through him or sidestepping it. If he does hit you, it's going to throw you off the stage unless you're literally standing here with your back in that direction, and you'll probably land somewhere over there. The second ability he has is Massive Charge. He'll charge in front line from one part of the stage all the way to the other until he connects to a wall. And if he touches you, he will pick you up and he will drag you to the end of the stage and drop you off to your doom. The third is Shielded Charge. He will take a knee as he depletes his enemy energy, doing his abilities, which, as he takes a knee, two shields will pop up, rotating in either one direction or the other. Make sure to get behind him so you can continue DPSing him. I recommend the side where the shield is rotating from. So if it's rotating this way, I'd recommend standing here to DPS. So that way you're not as the shield. There does seem to be a dead zone where the shield is, but it does not physically exist on your screen. And then for the fourth ability that he gained in Wisdom is Quaking Shockwave, which will do an inner ring that will blow up and then an outer ring that will blow up. You can easily distance this by ranging it. We'll, of course, be doing Test of Faith to damage him. Aspirin's binding to hold him in place. Confront Memories will be taking the haste. It really didn't seem like he was doing a lot of damage, period. So we'll take the haste to help us do damage. And of course, Unleash whenever he can, and it's safe to do so, so that way we don't get hit with a power swipe or with a massive charge. So I'm going to go ahead and ring the bell, and just like me, make sure you do the same. Also, leave a like, a comment, follow, and of course, subscribe whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. You can find me on Twitch under the_Dab86. And for this fight, you do have a 2-minute timer. And with all these fights, technically none of them have I actually done in the time. I think maybe Aldrin and Mjolnir was in time. So one thing you can do, though, that I'd like to mention is because of using the one that generates more power, you can actually use this to your advantage at the beginning of the fight. So you use Confront Memories. Take anyone that you choose, they'll power you up. So as you can see, I'm gaining power. Don't jump off the edge. And then this will allow me to start the fight with an Unleash and also with my Confront Memories haste buff. And then I can just go straight into DPSing him. So we're going to go ahead and power up here. It only seems to work when you use the charm. Any other time you wouldn't have the energy to do it. And I think that's because the charm allows you to generate energy, and then it itself actually gives you back energy when you take it. And then we'll wait until the cooldown's a little bit better, so that way we can pick up a second haste as well. So we're almost there. One more, and then we should be able to do it. And then we'll get that fight started. And like I said, then this way we can start the fight with an Unleash, because you are already pushing the clock on these. Doing them without this, there's probably very set ways to do this for the Master of Pain, or Master of the Path, my bad. So that way you can do them in time. For this, he only has 235k health. It's not much. I feel like Clay would probably tear through him, because like I said, he doesn't seem to do a lot of damage than just taking the Phial of Serenity to heal. But now that we have that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get this started. Pass through him. There's his massive charge. I'm going to root him. Do that. Continue DPSing. Didn't mean to take the shield, but I had to avoid that. Let's get away from him. He's doing a massive charge. Get away from him. He's about to take his knee. Keep DPSing him. Here's his shielded charge since he's facing me. It's rotating this way. We're going to go ahead and do this. Do everything we can that does damage. Let's keep DPSing him. And he moved at the last second there. And we managed to beat him once again, passing the time limit. Thankfully, we had our shield there at the end. We missed with the one unleash, which shouldn't have happened because, of course, I hit him during his massive charge, and until he connects, he wasn't going to stop charging. Ooh, God. I think we got to go empty our inventory again. And if you've come to watch today, thank you so much. I appreciate it. With the Path of Ascension, I will get these videos for Pelagos up tonight. We're going to have to work on the other ones because this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would, because normally they were much easier than this. But with these with the timer mechanic, it just is really, really tough. Because once they hit that, if you're lucky, you can get a shield up. If not, they will just tear through you, and that will be all she wrote. Okay, so that just leaves Azarux. Let's go ahead and we're going to create these. Because I feel like I'm going to need them for Azarux. It's another fight that I feel like is meant for Clea. Thank you so much for joining me today for the 10th and final fight of Humility with Pelagos on the Path of Ascension. So you come over here to your Soul Mirror. We're going to be doing Azarux on Humility. This will unlock the Wings of the Ascended. So we're going to come over here. We're going to choose Pelagos. Now, for this, what I'm going to do since we're using Pelagos is I'm going to take the Deep Echo Trident, so that way we can kick his summoning of the minions. If the minions do get summoned, we do have to run them into a rift. But to go over his abilities, he has Devouring Rift, which will summon a rift at your area. You want to get out of that. It will explode, and then a ball will form, which will rotate. There'll be an area of a linear area that blows outwards. You want to avoid that because it does do a lot of damage. The second thing he does is he will do infestation, and that's what you want to interrupt. So that will mitigate the amount of ads that he gets out. If he does manage to get out a few, you can run them to a rift. It will suck them in, deactivating the rift. And of course, his other ability is he will do Engorged Slam. So he'll slam it as a frontal slam, so you can easily sidestep it or avoid it at a range. I'm going to give this first try an attempt without the Braziers, or Braziers. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this. There is a timer. If it is hit, he will enrage, and he will pretty much run to me and one-shot me. So I strongly recommend in this case to take the haste as often as you can to mitigate that, so that way you can maximize the amount of damage you're going to be doing. So I'm going to go ahead and ring the bell and just like me do the same, so that way you get notifications of when I put out new content. Leave a like, leave a comment, make sure to follow or subscribe whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. I appreciate it. You can find me on Twitch under the_Dab86. So he's got about as much health as a Thanos. He does have a huge hitbox, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to get this started here. We're going to take the haste. He's going to run at me, do the Engorge Slam here right about now. There it is. I need to move. Now. And I just kicked the wrong thing. I kicked the wrong thing there. That was my bad. Wait, did I not choose? Why can't I use my Deep Echo Trident again? Hmm. Well, we're gonna go ahead and light the Bajirs. Maybe would it be better to go with a Vial of Serenity? Now I feel like the less ads, the better. Thank you so much for once again joining me today for the Path of Ascension. This is our 10th fight on Humility against Azarux. So you come over here, you go Azarux, you come down here to Humility. So for this, I did choose Pelagos, and I did go with the Deep Echo Trident. Now, for Azaruk's abilities, He is a melee, so he will come up and he will try to slap you around. He casts a Devouring Rift. The cast will go on. He is uninterruptible. So what will end up happening is when he finally gets to the end of the cast, wherever you're standing is he will summon the Devouring Rift. You want to move out of that because when it goes off, it will do a good amount of damage, and it will create a rift at that area that will have a pull-in effect and a ball that rotates around. It'll do a linear effect. So if this was the ball and it was rotating this way, and let's say that this is the linear effect, it'll blow out just like you see with this area and this area, and it will rotate and it'll do it again. The second one is he will do Infestation, which summons ads, which what we'll be doing is we'll be using our equipment, the Deep Echo Trident, to interrupt that, to mitigate the amount of ads that come up. Any that do spawn will be taking them into the Devouring Rifts, which will deactivate them and suck in the mobs, killing them. The other thing that he does is he does an Engorged Slam, which is a frontal slam. You want to make sure to get out of the way of that as it does a lot of damage. We're going to be taking the haste as often as we can, so that way we can maximize our damage output. And we did use all 5 charms, and we do have the braziers lit to increase our damage as well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, do the same, so that way you can get notifications of when I create new content. Also, make sure to follow, subscribe, leave a like and a comment, and follow me on Twitch at the_dab86. And then, of course, one thing, if you've seen some of my other videos where we've used the charms, you can start the fight off by using Confront Memories to power you up to start with an Unleash. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do that, so that way we can start the fight with our first Unleash. And then we'll also have our haste buff, so we can go straight into damaging him as much as we can. We're going to go ahead and power up here. And a good thing to do as well, it helps. I recommend, from what I learned in Wisdom as well, is parking the rifts in the center. It's easier if ads do spawn to kind of get around the rifts from different angles to get them to go in. We do have a 3-minute timer here, so it's not too bad. It's longer than the one that we had for Thanos, and he's actually got the same health pool as Thanos. So 2 more ought to do it, and then we'll be able to start the fight. And like I said, we're going to be starting with an Unleash. Go. We're going to give that a second, so that way we can also make sure we can get another Confront Memories kind of like right there at the start, because we got time. Okay. Didn't mean to take the shield there. He's going to do another slam before he does his infestation. So it should be here in just a second. There it is. This is going to hurt. There's his infestation. Since we do have one of them up, we're going to go ahead and do that. ahead and get them sucked in here. That's probably did I win? Did he win? I don't know how I won that. I played it a little bit ugly, but that is Azrux. That is the complete thing for Pelagos. We'll now have to work with the others. That was rough as crap. But I appreciate everyone for coming out and watching tonight for the Path of Ascension on all 10 fights for Pelagos. Some of them we were able to do with the Master of the Path, which was Ectra, Thantarok, and Mad Mortimer. Two of them were cheesed. One of them we actually did. Um, for the other ones, for Numenuru and Azurux, I probably recommend Clea just because of the way her ability works with ads. Um, we'll have to see how this all works out because we have to do these 10 fights with Clea now and then also with Mechanicos, as you can see. So we're 1/3 of the way done with that. We will continue to work on that another time. But I appreciate everyone for coming. I've got to get those videos edited, so that way we can get those posted and that way we can get that out to everybody so that way you guys can see how we did it. You know, with all the... Let's see that. Because for the one... You... Yeah, it's that one. Now that one's going to be an item that's going to be a pain in the butt. But thank you so much for everyone coming. Make sure to leave a like, follow, subscribe, and have a good night and stay safe. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much.